Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. Tonight's story takes us to the quiet coastal town of Grover Beach, California, where the Pacific Ocean meets small-town life. It's a story about a mother's unwavering love and the unthinkable betrayal that would shatter an entire community. This is the story of Athena Valentini. The morning of October 25th, 2018, started like any other morning at the California Men's Colony in San Luis Obispo. Nurses arrived for their shifts, guards changed posts, and the daily rhythms of the correctional facility began. But something was wrong. One nurse hadn't shown up for work. Athena Valentini was never late. In all her years working in correctional healthcare, she had built a reputation as someone you could count on. Reliable, dedicated, present. When she didn't answer her phone, her colleagues grew concerned. This wasn't like her at all. Athena was 64 years old that year, but she carried the energy of someone much younger. Born in 1954, she had dedicated her life to helping others. As a licensed vocational nurse, she had chosen one of the most challenging environments to practice her craft, working behind prison walls, tending to the sick and injured among California's incarcerated population. It wasn't glamorous work, but Athena found meaning in it. Those who knew her described her with the same words over and over. Kind, caring, strong, loving. She had a warmth about her that could put even the most hardened individuals at ease. In the concrete and steel world of the prison, Athena brought humanity. She lived alone in a small condo in Grover Beach, a coastal community of about 13,000 people nestled along California's central coast. Grover Beach isn't the kind of place where things happen. It's quiet, peaceful, the kind of town where neighbors know neighbors, where you can walk to the beach and feel the salt air clear your mind. Athena had made a comfortable life for herself there, but on this particular October morning, that comfortable life was about to be shattered in the most terrible way. When Athena didn't show up for her shift and didn't answer repeated phone calls, her worried colleagues contacted the Grover Beach Police Department. They requested a welfare check. Something wasn't right. At 11 o'clock in the morning, police officers arrived at Athena's condominium. The building was quiet. Nothing seemed disturbed from the outside. They knocked. No answer. They knocked again, louder this time, identifying themselves as police. Still nothing. The silence was heavy, oppressive. What they found when they entered the residence would haunt them for the rest of their careers. Athena Valentini was lying on her bedroom floor. There was blood everywhere. So much blood that it had pooled around her body and soaked into the carpet beneath her. She was slumped in an unnatural position, her body having collapsed where she fell. The officers immediately secured the scene. This was no accident, no natural death. This was murder. The initial assessment showed a stab wound to her neck, a vicious injury that had caused massive bleeding. But as investigators and the coroner arrived to process the scene, the true brutality of what had happened to Athena became horrifyingly clear. The autopsy would later reveal that Athena hadn't just been stabbed once. She had been stabbed multiple times. Her throat had been slashed. This was an attack of extreme violence, personal and savage. Someone had wanted Athena Valentini dead, and they had made absolutely certain of it. Yet, strangely, there were aspects of the crime scene that didn't fit the violence of the murder itself. There were no signs of forced entry. The doors and windows were intact, the locks undamaged. Whoever had killed Athena, she had likely let them inside. She knew her killer. There were no signs of a struggle. No overturned furniture, no defensive wounds suggesting a prolonged fight, no indication that Athena had time to defend herself or try to escape. The attack had been swift, sudden, overwhelming, and perhaps most puzzling of all, there was no murder weapon. Despite the extensive blood evidence and the obvious knife attack, investigators couldn't find the blade that had taken Athena's life. The killer had taken it with them. Nothing appeared to have been stolen. Athena's belongings were intact, her valuables still in place. This wasn't a robbery gone wrong. This wasn't some random break-in by a stranger looking for drug money or electronics to pawn. This was something else entirely. The detectives working the case knew what these details meant. The lack of forced entry, the absence of theft, the personal nature of the attack, all pointed to one conclusion. Athena had been killed by someone she knew, someone she trusted enough to open her door to, someone who had walked right into her home and ended her life. But who? And why? As investigators began looking into Athena's life, a picture emerged of a woman who kept to herself but maintained meaningful relationships with those she cared about. She was private but not secretive, independent but not isolated. She had friends and colleagues who cared deeply about her. And she had a son, Levente Laszlo. Lazar was 27 years old and lived in Indiana, over 2,000 miles away from his mother's California home. By all accounts, Athena adored her son. Those who knew her said she spoke of him often, with pride and obvious affection. She wanted the best for him, as any mother would. Friends described their relationship as close. They talked regularly on the phone, keeping in touch despite the distance. Athena had supported Levente through his college years, helping him financially when she could, encouraging his education and his future. She believed in him. At the time of her death, Levente was attending college in Indiana and had a girlfriend. He was building a life for himself in the Midwest, far from California's coastal towns. On the surface, everything seemed normal. But as detectives dug deeper into Athena's life, they began to notice something interesting. They noticed it in her financial records. They noticed it in her recent activities. And they noticed it in the documents found in her home. Athena had recently updated her will. In this new will, Athena had named her son Levente as her sole beneficiary. Everything she owned, everything she had worked for throughout her life, would go to him upon her death. The document had been prepared and signed just weeks before she was murdered. This detail immediately caught the attention of investigators. In murder cases, one of the first questions detectives ask is who benefits? Who gains from this person's death? The answer in Athena's case was clear. Her son stood to inherit everything, but Lovanu lived in Indiana. He was in college, over 2,000 miles away. There was no way he could have been in California. Could he? The detectives decided to take a closer look at Levente Laszlo Lazar. Modern murder investigations aren't like they used to be. Today, we leave digital breadcrumbs everywhere we go. Our phones track our locations. Our computers record our searches. Our credit cards document our purchases. Security cameras capture our movements. In the digital age, it's almost impossible to move through the world without leaving traces. Levente Lazar was about to learn this lesson in the hardest way possible. As investigators obtained warrants to examine Levente's digital life, they began to uncover a disturbing pattern. They found internet searches on his devices, searches that had been conducted in the weeks and months before his mother's death. He had searched for information about inheritance laws. He had searched for articles about how wills work, about probate, about what happens to someone's assets when they die. These searches alone weren't necessarily incriminating. Many people research estate planning, but the timing was notable. And then investigators found searches that were far more damning. Searches about murder. Searches about murder. Searches about how to commit crimes without getting caught. Searches that suggested Levente had been planning something terrible. But the digital evidence didn't stop there. Investigators began tracking Levente's movements through his phone's GPS data and through credit card transactions. What they discovered was shocking. In mid-October of 2018, just days before his mother's murder, Levente had purchased a burner phone, a cheap prepaid cell phone with no contract, no registration, the kind of phone someone buys when they don't want their activities tracked. He had paid cash for it, and then around October 20th, Levente Lazar had left Indiana. The GPS data from the burner phone painted a clear picture. The Levante had driven from Indiana to California, a journey of approximately 2,400 miles. The phone pinged off cell towers across the Midwest and into the Southwest, tracking his progress westward. He had driven nearly non-stop, covering vast distances in a remarkably short time. The GPS data placed him in Grover Beach, California, at the exact time his mother was murdered. But it got worse. Much worse. After the murder, the GPS data showed the burner phone traveling back across the country, from California to Indiana, retracing the same route. Levante had driven back home, another 2,400 miles, returning to Indiana as if nothing had happened. The entire trip, from Indiana to California and back, had taken only a few days. It was a whirlwind journey of nearly 5,000 miles, made in secret, using a phone purchased specifically to avoid detection. Investigators also discovered that Levante had used the burner phone to communicate with his mother in the days before her death. He had told her he was planning to visit California. He had asked about coming to see her. He had made arrangements to be at her home. Athena, trusting her son, loving her son, had welcomed the idea. She had no idea what he was really planning. When confronted with this evidence, Levante Lazar initially denied everything. He hadn't been in California, he claimed. He had been in Indiana the whole time. He knew nothing about his mother's death, except what he had heard from police. But the evidence was overwhelming. The GPS data didn't lie. The cell tower pings were concrete. His movements had been tracked from state to state, from Indiana to California to Indiana again, with timestamps that placed him at the scene of the crime. Faced with irrefutable proof that he had made the trip, Levante changed his story. Yes, he admitted. He had driven to California, but it wasn't to hurt his mother. It was for a completely innocent reason. He had come to California to buy marijuana, and to purchase an engagement ring for his girlfriend. That was all. Just a cross-country trip for pot and jewelry. Investigators didn't buy it for a second. Why would someone drive nearly 5,000 miles to buy marijuana when it was available locally? Why use a burner phone for an innocent trip? Why hide the journey from everyone he knew? Why not use his regular phone, his credit cards, his normal means of communication if he had nothing to hide? And most damningly, why had Athena been murdered during the exact window of time when Levante was in Grover Beach? The story fell apart under even basic scrutiny. As detectives continued their investigation, they began to understand the motive behind Athena's murder. They looked into Levante's financial situation and discovered that he was drowning in debt. He owed money on student loans, credit cards, personal debts. He was struggling financially, barely keeping his head above water. His mother had money, not a fortune, but enough. She had her savings, her home, her possessions. And now, with the updated will, he was set to inherit it all. The picture that emerged was devastating in its clarity. A son, desperate for money, had driven across the country to murder his own mother for financial gain. He had planned it carefully, or so he thought, purchasing a burner phone to hide his tracks, driving through the night to avoid detection, timing his arrival to coincide with when his mother would be home alone. Athena had opened her door to him. Of course she had. He was her son. She loved him. She trusted him completely. She had probably been happy to see him, surprised by the visit, welcoming him inside with a smile. And he had killed her, brutally, viciously, with a knife he had brought with him, stabbing her multiple times, slashing her throat, leaving her to bleed out on her bedroom floor. Then he had cleaned up as best he could, taken the murder weapon with him, and driven back to Indiana. He had returned to his life, waiting for the news of his mother's death, waiting to inherit her estate, believing he had gotten away with it. But Levante Lazar hadn't gotten away with it, not even close. As the investigation continued, more evidence piled up. Security cameras near Athena's condo had captured footage of a figure walking outside her home around the time of the murder. The person was seen with Athena's dog, walking casually as if they belonged there. The dog appeared comfortable with the person, not afraid or agitated. This wasn't a stranger. This was someone the dog knew. Investigators also found evidence that Levante had searched online for news articles about his mother's death after returning to Indiana. He had been monitoring the investigation, looking to see if police had any leads, trying to stay ahead of the authorities. But perhaps the most damning piece of evidence was the will itself. When investigators examined the circumstances around its creation, they discovered that Levente had been in communication with his mother about updating the document. He had been the one to suggest it, encouraging her to make sure her affairs were in order. Thena, trusting and loving, had complied. She had gone to an attorney, updated her will, and named her son as sole beneficiary. She had done it out of love, wanting to make sure he was taken care of if anything happened to her. She had signed her own death warrant. In October of 2019, nearly a year after his mother's murder, Levente Laszlo Lazar went on trial in San Luis Obispo County Superior Court. The proceedings lasted 3 weeks, and the courtroom was packed with people who had known and loved Athena, people who wanted to see justice served. The prosecution laid out their case methodically, piece by damning piece. They showed the GPS data placing Levente in Grover Beach at the time of the murder. They presented the burner phone records. They shared the internet search history. They walked the jury through the financial records showing Levente's debts and his mother's assets. They presented testimony from Athena's friends and colleagues, people who spoke of her kindness, her dedication, her love for her son. They described a woman who had worked hard her entire life, who had devoted herself to helping others, who had never hurt anyone. The defense tried to poke holes in the prosecution's case. They argued that the evidence was circumstantial, that being in the area didn't prove murder, that the internet searches could be explained away. And then Levente took the stand in his own defense. It was a risky move, but he maintained his innocence. He stuck to his story about coming to California for marijuana and an engagement ring. He claimed he had visited his mother briefly, but had left her alive and well. He had no idea who had killed her. He testified it must have been someone else, someone who came after he left. But under cross-examination, his story crumbled. The prosecutor pointed out the implausibilities, the contradictions, the convenient coincidences. How likely was it that someone else had murdered Athena during the exact narrow window when Levente happened to be in town? How did he explain the burner phone? How did he explain the searches about murder and inheritance? Levente had no good answers. On October 21st, 2019, after 3 weeks of testimony, the jury retired to deliberate. They didn't take long. On the very first day of deliberations, they reached their verdict. Guilty. Guilty of first-degree murder. The jury also found that Levente had murdered his mother for financial gain, a special circumstance that made him eligible for a harsher sentence. The courtroom erupted in emotion. Athena's friends wept, some in relief that justice had been served, others in renewed grief at the confirmation of what had happened to their beloved friend. On December 12th, 2019, Levente Laszlo Lazar returned to court for sentencing. San Luis Obispo County Superior Court Judge Matthew Guerrero presided over the hearing. The sentence was swift and severe. Life in prison without the possibility of parole. Levente would spend the rest of his life behind bars, ironically in the same correctional system where his mother had worked for so many years. He would never inherit a single dollar of his mother's money. He would never be free again. For Athena's friends and colleagues, the conviction and sentence brought a measure of closure, but the pain of her loss remained acute. They struggled to understand how a son could murder his own mother, how someone could betray such unconditional love in such a horrific way. Those who worked with Athena at the California Men's Colony remembered her not just as a colleague, but as a friend. They remembered her smile, her compassion, the way she treated every patient with dignity regardless of their crimes or circumstances. They remembered how proud she was of her son, how she had worked extra shifts to help pay for his education, how she had sacrificed for his future. And in the end, he had killed her for money he would never get to spend. The case of Athena Valentini is particularly heartbreaking, because it represents a betrayal at the deepest level. We can understand, though not condone, murders committed in the heat of passion, crimes of opportunity, even calculated killings between enemies. But a child murdering a parent who loves them, that strikes at something fundamental in our understanding of human relationships. Athena had given Levente life. She had raised him, supported him, loved him unconditionally. She had worked hard to provide for him, had encouraged his dreams, had been proud of his accomplishments. When he was struggling financially, she had helped him. When he needed support, she had been there. And when he decided he wanted her money more than he wanted her alive, she had welcomed him into her home with open arms. The California criminal justice system, the same system Athena had served as a nurse, had worked exactly as intended. Detectives had followed the evidence wherever it led, even when it pointed to the victim's own son. Prosecutors had built a meticulous case, documenting every detail, every movement, every digital footprint. A jury had weighed the evidence carefully and reached a just verdict. A judge had imposed an appropriate sentence, but no verdict, no sentence, could bring Athena back. No amount of justice could undo the violence of that October day in 2018. No conviction could erase the betrayal or heal the wound left in the community that had loved her. The murder of Athena Valentini is a stark reminder that in the modern world, privacy is an illusion. Levente Lazar thought he was being clever. He bought a burner phone to hide his tracks. He paid cash where he could. He made the drive as quickly as possible, spending minimal time in California. But he failed to account for the extensive digital surveillance infrastructure that exists in contemporary America. Cell phone towers track every device that connects to them, creating a map of movements that can be reconstructed after the fact. GPS systems record coordinates with remarkable precision. Security cameras are everywhere, in parking lots, on streets, outside homes, inside businesses. Even the burner phone, which Levente thought would protect his identity, became the key piece of evidence that placed him at the scene of the crime. The phone itself might have been anonymous, but its movements were not. It traveled from Indiana to California and back, and that journey was documented by towers and satellites. His computer searches were preserved in browser history and server logs. His credit card transactions created a paper trail. His car, driving across multiple states, was captured on traffic cameras and toll booth systems. In trying to commit the perfect crime, Levente had left 1,000 pieces of evidence behind, digital breadcrumbs that investigators followed straight back to him. This case also highlights the importance of financial motive in murder investigations. When someone dies and someone else stands to gain financially, that person immediately becomes a suspect. Detectives are trained to ask, who benefits, and follow that question wherever it leads. Levente's internet searches about inheritance and wills had made his motive transparent. His updated status as sole beneficiary in his mother's will had given him a clear reason to want her dead. His financial struggles had provided the desperation that could push someone to commit murder. All of these factors came together to create a compelling portrait of premeditated murder for financial gain. Behind the legal proceedings, behind the evidence and testimony, behind the conviction and sentence, there was a human being who died alone and afraid. Athena Valentini worked her final shift at the California men's colony, helping patients, doing her job with the same dedication she always had. She drove home to her condo in Grover Beach, maybe stopping to pick up groceries or run an errand. She walked her dog, fed her pet, settled in for the evening, and then her son arrived. We can only imagine what happened next. Did she greet him with joy, happy for the unexpected visit? Did they talk, catching up on his life in Indiana, his school, his girlfriend? Did she offer him dinner, ask if he was hungry after his long drive? At what point did Levente reveal his true intentions? Did he attack without warning, knife already in hand? Or was there a moment when Athena saw something in her son's eyes, something that made her realize the danger she was in? And did she have time to be afraid? Did she understand in those final moments that her own child was killing her? Did she wonder why? Did she try to reason with him to remind him that she loved him? We'll never know the answers to these questions. Athena can't tell us what happened in that condo. Levente has never given a full, honest account of the murder. The details of that night remain locked behind his silence. What we do know is that Athena died violently, brutally, at the hands of someone she had trusted completely. We know that her last moments were filled with pain and terror. We know that she died in her own home, a place that should have been safe, killed by a person who should have protected her. And we know that it all could have been prevented if one person had made a different choice. As we conclude this story, it's worth reflecting on what the murder of Athena Valentini reveals about human nature, about family, about trust and betrayal. We want to believe that certain bonds are unbreakable. The bond between parent and child, between mother and son, should be sacred. A mother's love is supposed to be the one constant in an uncertain world, unconditional and eternal. But Levante Lazare proved that even this bond can be broken, that even this love can be betrayed, when greed and desperation overcome basic human decency. Money has motivated countless murders throughout history. People have killed for fortunes and killed for pocket change. They've killed relatives, friends, strangers, anyone standing between them and financial gain. But there's something particularly disturbing about a child murdering a parent for inheritance money. Perhaps it's because it represents such a profound inversion of the natural order. Parents are supposed to sacrifice for their children, not the other way around. Parents work to leave something behind for their kids, to give them a better life, to set them up for success. Athena had done all of this, and Levante had repaid her sacrifice with murder. The case also serves as a cautionary tale about financial desperation. When people feel trapped by debt, when they see no way out of their economic struggles, they can rationalize terrible actions. Levante convinced himself that killing his mother was a solution to his problems, that her death would somehow improve his life. He was wrong, of course. He didn't solve his problems, he created infinitely worse ones. He didn't gain his mother's money, he lost his freedom forever. He didn't escape his debts. He acquired a debt to society that can never be repaid. And he lost something else too. He lost any chance of redemption, any possibility of making amends, any hope of becoming the person his mother had believed he could be. Athena had believed in her son. Despite his financial struggles, despite his mistakes, she had supported him. She had loved him unconditionally, the way mothers do. She had updated her will to take care of him, to ensure he would be okay after she was gone. If Levante had just been patient, if he had just allowed his mother to live out her natural life, he would have eventually inherited her estate anyway. But he couldn't wait. He wanted the money immediately, and he was willing to commit the ultimate betrayal to get it. Now he sits in a California prison, serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole. He will grow old behind bars, just as the inmates his mother once cared for will grow old behind bars. He will never experience freedom again. He will never build the life he thought the inheritance money would provide. And every day, for the rest of his life, he will have to live with the knowledge of what he did. He will have to remember his mother's face. He will have to remember that she loved him, that she trusted him, that she welcomed him into her home. He will have to remember that he chose money over his own mother's life. That is a burden that will weigh on him until his final breath. The story of Athena Valentini reminds us that evil can come from unexpected places, even from those we love. It reminds us that greed can corrupt even the most fundamental human bonds. And it reminds us that in the digital age, justice has powerful tools at its disposal to solve even the most carefully planned crimes. But most importantly, it reminds us of the value of a single human life. Athena Valentini was 64 years old when she died. She had years ahead of her, years she could have spent with friends, pursuing hobbies, maybe even meeting grandchildren someday. She had worked hard throughout her life, helping others, making a difference in her community. She deserved to live out those years in peace. She deserved to enjoy her retirement, to relax in her coastal California home, to walk her dog on the beach and feel the sun on her face. Instead, her life was cut short by senseless violence, by the greed of someone who should have loved her most. Her colleagues at the California men's colony remember her fondly. Her friends in Grover Beach keep her memory alive. And somewhere in California, a prison cell holds the man who killed her, serving the sentence he earned through his unforgivable crime. Justice was served in the case of Athena Valentini. The system worked. The guilty party was caught, tried and convicted. But justice cannot undo the harm that was done. It cannot bring back a life that was taken too soon. It cannot heal the wound left in the hearts of everyone who loved Athena. All it can do is ensure that Levante Lazare pays for his crime, and that the story of what he did serves as a warning to others. Please, if this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to the channel where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment, Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2. The quiet town of Alexandria, Kentucky wasn't the kind of place where you'd expect murder. Nestled in Campbell County, just across the river from Cincinnati, it was the sort of community where everybody knew. Everybody, where success stories were celebrated, and where a handshake still meant something. In the early 2000s, one name stood out among the local business community, Bob Bosley. But on a spring night in May 2005, that all came to a violent and shocking end. Robert Jeffrey Bosley, everyone called him Bob, though some of his closest friends knew him as Boz, was born on August 6, 1962. By the time he reached his early 40s, he built something remarkable. His company, Robert J. Bosley Roofing and Chimney Sweep Service, had grown from a small operation into a multi-million-dollar enterprise. Bob wasn't just successful on paper. He was the kind of man who drove success through sheer force of will and genuine talent in his trade. The business had made him wealthy, genuinely wealthy. The Bosleys owned expensive cars, the kind that turned heads when they rolled through town. They had a luxury vacation cabin that became the stuff of local legend, particularly for the elaborate parties they'd throw. Lake Cumberland became their playground, where Bob would host gatherings on their houseboat, bringing together friends, family, and business associates for celebrations that people talked about for months afterward. To the outside world, Bob and Amy Bosley had it all. They'd married years earlier, and together they had 2 beautiful children, a 7-year-old and a 10-year-old who represented everything Bob worked for. The family attended St. Peter and Paul Church regular. Bob was a member of the National Chimney Sweep Guild and the Alexandria Businessmen's Association. He was embedded in the community, respected, admired, but behind closed doors, something had gone terribly wrong. Amy Bosley was 37 years old in 2005. She'd taken on the role of bookkeeper for Bob's thriving business, a position that gave her complete access to the company's finances. It was a natural arrangement. Who could be more trustworthy than one's own wife? Bob focused on the work itself, on building relationships with clients, on expanding the business, on managing crews and ensuring quality. Amy handled the numbers, the taxes, the paperwork. It was a partnership that should have been seamless. But Amy had been living a double life. Somewhere along the way, money started disappearing. Not small amounts that might go unnoticed in a successful company's cash flow, but substantial sums. Amy began siphoning funds that should have been used to pay the company's tax obligations. The IRS payments weren't being made. Month after month, year after year, the debt grew. By 2005, Robert J. Bosley Roofing and Chimney Sweep Service owed the Internal Revenue Service $1.7 million. $1.7 million. The mystery that would haunt investigators and the Bosley family for years was simple. Where did the money go? Amy maintained the couple's lavish lifestyle, certainly the cars, the cabin, the boats, the parties. But could that account for nearly $2 million? Some speculated she'd hidden it away, stashed in accounts Bob knew nothing about. Others believed she'd spent it all, burning through cash at a rate that would have been difficult even for the most extravagant spender. Bob knew nothing about any of it. He worked hard, trusted his wife with the business finances, and believed everything was in order. He had no idea that his company was drowning in tax debt, that the IRS was closing in, that his wife had been deceiving him for years. Then the IRS came calling. In mid-May 2005, the federal government had had enough. The IRS scheduled a meeting with Amy Bosley. They wanted to see the records. They wanted answers. They wanted to know where the money had gone and how the Bosleys planned to resolve a $1.7 million tax debt. The appointment was set for May 18th. Amy knew that when she sat down with the IRS, everything would unravel. There would be questions she couldn't answer, records she couldn't produce. Her deception would be exposed, not just to federal agents, but to Bob. Her husband would learn that she'd been stealing from their company, that she'd put everything he'd built at risk, that the business he'd poured his life into was now buried under insurmountable debt. She couldn't let that happen. In Amy's mind, there was only one solution: It wasn't declaring bankruptcy. It wasn't confessing to Bob and working together to find a way out of the financial disaster. It wasn't coming clean to the IRS and negotiating a payment plan. Those options apparently never entered her calculation. Instead, she decided to kill her husband. The logic, such as it was, seemed to be that with Bob dead, the IRS would somehow forget about the debt. Perhaps she believed that a grieving widow couldn't be held responsible for her late husband's company's tax obligations. Perhaps she thought she could claim ignorance, that Bob had handled everything and she knew nothing. Perhaps she didn't think it through at all. Whatever her reasoning, Amy Bosley made a decision that would destroy multiple lives, including her own. The Bosley family's luxury cabin should have been a place of peace that evening. Bob had worked another long day. At 42 years old, he was at the height of his success. Never suspecting that his life was about to end, the two children were home, sleeping in their rooms. Everything appeared normal. But Amy had a plan. She'd obtained a gun. She'd thought about what she was going to do. And in the hours before dawn, hours before she was supposed to meet with the IRS, Amy walked into the bedroom where her husband slept. Bob Bosley never knew what was happening. He was asleep in his own bed, in his own home, in the cabin he'd worked so hard to afford. Amy raised the gun and fired. Then she fired again, and again. When it was over, Bob had been shot 6 times. Some reports say 7. The exact number hardly matters. Any one of those shots could have killed him. Bob Bosley died in his bed, murdered by the woman he'd married, the mother of his children, the person he'd trusted with every aspect of his life, including his business finances. But Amy wasn't finished. She had to sell the story. She had to make everyone believe that someone else had done this. She moved through the cabin, staging a crime scene. She broke a glass door, creating the appearance of forced entry. She rehearsed her story, her hysterical spouse voice, the narrative she'd tell police about an intruder who'd materialized in their bedroom and killed her husband before fleeing into the night. Then she called 911. The emergency call came in during the early morning hours. Amy's voice came through the line, wailing, sobbing, nearly incoherent with apparent grief. There was an intruder, she screamed. A man had broken in. He had shot Bob. Her husband was dead. The killer might still be in the house. Police and emergency responders rushed to the scene. When they arrived, they found Amy in a state of high distress, crying, shaking, barely able to speak. They found Bob Bosley dead in the bedroom, shot multiple times. They found the broken glass door that seemed to indicate forced entry. And they found 2 children, aged 7 and 10, who had been home during the entire event. Officers immediately began securing the scene and checking on the children to ensure they were physically unharmed. Then they attempted to console Amy to calm her down enough to get a coherent statement. According to reports, she told them about the intruder, describing him as male, saying it had been so dark, claiming he smelled like it was a really bad odor, she said, her words trailing off in apparent distress. The performance was Oscar-worthy in its intensity. Amy played the role of traumatized widow perfectly. She was the woman who'd just watched her husband murdered before her eyes. Helpless to stop it, terrified the killer might return. But the investigators weren't buying it. Experienced detectives know what a real home invasion looks like. They know the patterns, the physical evidence, the logical sequence of events. And as they examined the Bosley cabin that morning, things didn't add up. The broken glass was wrong. The placement didn't make sense for someone breaking in from outside. The pattern of glass shards told a different story than the one Amy was selling. It looked staged, like someone had broken the glass from inside the cabin, after the fact, to create the appearance of forced entry. The gunshots were wrong, too. The children, those poor children who'd been questioned gently and carefully by investigators, told a story that contradicted their mother's narrative. They said the glass breaking happened after the gunshots. First, they'd heard the bangs, the terrifying sounds that had woken them. Then later, they'd heard glass breaking. If an intruder had broken in through the glass door first, as Amy claimed, the sequence would have been reversed. And then there was the matter of the murder weapon. Police conducted a thorough search of the cabin and the surrounding area. If an intruder had committed this crime and fled into the woods, as Amy claimed, there should have been some trace. Footprints, perhaps. Disturbed vegetation, But despite an extensive search of the wooded area around the cabin, investigators found nothing. What they did find was the gun. Amy had hidden it in her purse. The murder weapon, the gun that had fired 6 or 7 shots into Bob Bosley as he slept, was in Amy Bosley's possession. There was no intruder. There had never been an intruder. The only murderer was the woman who'd called 911, who'd wept and wailed and played the grieving widow while her husband's blood soaked into their bedroom floor. As investigators dug deeper, the financial picture came into sharp focus. They discovered the IRS appointment scheduled for later that same day. The appointment Amy would now never have to attend. They uncovered the massive tax debt, the $1.7 million owed by Bob's company. They learned that Bob himself had known nothing about it, that Amy had hidden the financial catastrophe from him for years. The motive was clear. Amy had backed herself into a corner. Rather than face the consequences of her actions, rather than confess and deal with the fallout, she'd chosen murder. She'd apparently believed that killing Bob would somehow solve her problems, that the IRS would disappear, that she could start fresh. It was a plan that shared elements with so many other murder for financial gain cases, self-created financial straits, unwillingness to declare bankruptcy or confess, reliance on a respectable public image to deflect suspicion. Like so many before her, Amy had underestimated the power of forensic evidence and the skill of experienced investigators. Amy Bosley was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. The evidence against her was overwhelming. The staged crime scene, the murder weapon in her purse, the children's testimony about the sequence of sounds, the IRS appointment scheduled for the morning after Bob's death, the massive hidden debt. The case against her was so strong that Amy eventually accepted a plea deal. Rather than face trial and risk an even longer sentence, she pleaded guilty to killing her husband. In exchange, she received 20 years in prison. The sentencing took place on November 2nd, 2006. The courtroom was packed. Bob's family came to face the woman who'd murdered him. His brother Jimmy spoke, his voice carrying the weight of the family's grief and rage. "There is really nothing else I can say that can express the shock and outrage of the community and the agony and hurt left behind," he said. The murder had sent shockwaves through Alexandria, a tight-knit community where the Bosleys had been prominent figures. Bob had been well-liked, respected, admired for what he'd built. His death was tragedy enough. But the revelation that his wife had killed him, had shot him repeatedly while he slept, with their children in the house, was almost impossible to process. When Amy left the courthouse after sentencing, she faced a jeering crowd. The people of Alexandria had come to show their contempt for what she'd done. The 2 children, the 7 and 10-year-old who'd been home that terrible night, who'd heard the gunshots that killed their father, who'd helped the investigation with their truthful account of what they'd heard, were placed in the care of relatives. They'd lost their father to murder and their mother to prison. The psychological scars from that night would last a lifetime. Bob's mother, Audrey, lived to see Amy in prison for her son's murder. But she passed away on March 13, 2022, carrying the weight of that loss until her final days. Throughout the investigation, trial, and imprisonment, one question remained unanswered. What happened to the money? $1.7 million had disappeared from Bob Bosley's company over the course of several years. Amy had been responsible for the books, and she'd been systematically failing to pay the company's tax obligations. But where did the money go? Some investigators and observers believed Amy had spent it all on the family's lavish lifestyle. The expensive cars, the luxury cabin, the houseboat parties, the general extravagance that characterized the Bosleys' life. Spreading $1.7 million over several years of high living was certainly possible. That would work out to roughly $340,000 per year, or about $7,000 per week. For a family throwing lavish parties, buying vehicles, maintaining expensive properties, and living large, that money could evaporate quickly. But others suspected Amy had hidden the money somewhere, stashing it away in accounts or investments that Bob knew nothing about. The fact that she never disclosed what happened to the funds, even when it might have helped her case or reduced her sentence, suggested she might have been protecting a secret nest egg. If the money was hidden, Amy took that secret to prison with her, and the IRS, along with Bob's family, never saw a penny of it. Amy Bosley was sent to the Kentucky Correctional Institution for Women to serve her 20-year sentence. For years she lived behind bars. her life reduced to the routine of prison, a stark contrast to the luxury cabin and houseboat parties of her former life. But American sentencing law includes provisions for early release, for good behavior and time served. Despite the premeditated nature of her crime, despite the fact that she'd murdered her husband in cold blood to cover up her own financial crimes, Amy became eligible for parole after serving 85% of her sentence. Bob's family fought against her release. They wrote to the Kentucky Parole Board, 3 pages of anguished pleading to keep Amy in prison. They pointed out that Bob would never come back, that his children would never have their father again, that his mother would never see her son again. They noted all the birthdays and Christmases, all the graduations and weddings and births of grandchildren that Bob would miss. They argued that Amy, who had taken all of that away, who had murdered the person she was supposed to love, should spend the rest of her life thinking about what she'd done. But the parole board made its decision. Amy Bosley was released from prison on May 18th, 2022, almost exactly 17 years to the day, after she'd murdered her husband. She walked out of the Kentucky Correctional Institution for Women, a free woman, her debt to society officially paid according to the legal system, if not according to the moral universe or the broken hearts of Bob's family. Where she went after release, what she's doing now, whether she ever revealed what happened to the $1.7 million. These questions remain largely unanswered. The woman who murdered her husband to hide her financial crimes and avoid an IRS meeting has returned to the world, somewhere in America, free to build whatever life she can from the ashes of the one she destroyed. The story of Bob and Amy Bosley offers a dark meditation on the nature of trust, greed, and desperation. Bob Bosley built something genuine, a successful business, a life of relative prosperity, a family. He worked hard, played hard, and trusted the people closest to him. That trust, which should have been the bedrock of his marriage, became the weapon that killed him. Amy faced a crisis entirely of her own making. The $1.7 million tax debt didn't happen overnight. It accumulated over years of deliberate choices, years of hiding the truth, years of spending or stashing money that should have gone to the IRS. At any point, she could have confessed. She could have told Bob what was happening. Together, they might have found a solution. Bankruptcy, payment plans, negotiation with the IRS. Would it have been difficult? Certainly. Would Bob have been angry? Undoubtedly. But he would have been alive. Instead, Amy chose violence. She chose to murder the father of her children rather than face the consequences of her actions. She chose to traumatize her 7- and 10-year-old children, who heard their father being shot to death in the next room. She chose to deprive Bob's mother of her son, his brother of his sibling, his friends and community of a man they respected and admired. And for what? The IRS didn't forget about the debt when Bob died. The financial problems didn't vanish. Amy simply added murderer to her list of transgressions, trading a few years of avoiding accountability for 17 years in prison, and a lifetime as the woman who killed her husband in cold blood. The children Amy and Bob raised together are adults now. They grew up without their father, visiting their mother in prison, or perhaps choosing not to visit her at all. They know that their mother murdered their father while they slept nearby. They heard the gunshots. They told investigators the truth about what they'd heard. Truth that helped convict their mother. What does that do to a person? How do you reconcile the mother who once tucked you into bed with the woman who shot your father multiple times while he slept? How do you build a life carrying that knowledge, that trauma, that impossible contradiction? Bob Bosley's grave in Campbell County, Kentucky can be found on memorial sites, visited by people who remember him, who mourn him still. The headstone marks the end of a life that should have continued for decades more. Decades of watching his children grow up, of becoming a grandfather, of enjoying the fruits of his hard work, of building and creating and living. Instead, his life ended at 42, murdered for a debt he didn't even know existed, killed by a woman he trusted with everything. The luxury cabin where he died, the site of so much tragedy, stands as a monument to how quickly the American dream can turn into an American nightmare. The houseboat on Lake Cumberland, where Bob once hosted elaborate parties, where friends and family gathered for celebrations, now exists only in memory and photographs. The business Bob built may have survived or may have collapsed under the weight of the tax debt and the scandal of the murder. The expensive cars were likely sold off. The material trappings of success, which Amy had valued so highly that she killed to protect them, scattered to the winds. And somewhere out there, Amy Bosley lives with what she did. Does she think about Bob in the quiet hours? Does she remember his face as it was in happier times, before she stood over him with a gun and fired 6 times? Does she think about her children now grown, forever marked by what their mother did? Does she ever lie awake in her own bed in whatever room she occupies now and think about the man who died in his bed, never knowing that his last moments on earth would be filled with the violence inflicted by his own wife? Or has she found a way to compartmentalize, to justify, to move forward without the weight of guilt that would crush most people? We'll never know. The human heart, especially the heart capable of murdering a sleeping spouse, remains a mystery as deep as the question of what happened to $1.7 million. As conclude this story, let the story fade into the darkness where all such tragedies reside, filed away among the countless examples of trust betrayed, greed indulged, and lives destroyed by choices that can never be undone. Bob Bosley's story ended on May 17, 2005, but his memory lives on in the people who loved him, and the children he left behind, and a community that still remembers the successful businessman who died too young, killed by the person who should have loved him most. Rest now, as Bob Bosley never got to rest peacefully. Let the weight of his story settle into your consciousness and then drift away. A cautionary tale about the deadly consequences of deception, desperation, and betrayal in the quiet suburbs of America. The cabin is dark now, as all things must eventually fall into darkness. The roofing business is gone or transformed. The luxury in the parties and the illusion of happiness are dust. Only the truth remains. A man trusted his wife and she killed him for it. The story is over. The Kentucky night is quiet. Bob Bosley's voice is silent forever. And somewhere, Amy Bosley lives with what she's done, whether she acknowledges it or not. Please, if you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. Let me know where you're listening from and what time it is in your corner of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now let's move on to our third story. Story 3. There are some cases that haunt a community for decades. Not just because of the violence, but because of the life that was stolen. The promise that was broken. Tonight I want to tell you about Mandy Stavik, an 18-year-old college freshman whose Thanksgiving weekend jog in 1989 ended in tragedy, and how nearly 30 years later, a conversation between 2 mothers at a water park would finally bring her killer to justice. Acme, Washington, is the kind of place where everyone knows everyone. A small, rural town about 30 miles east of Bellingham, nestled in the shadow of Mount Baker. The kind of place where you don't lock your doors, where kids ride their bikes until dark without anyone worrying, where high school football games are community events, and the local diner knows your order before you sit down. In November of 1989, this was the world that Mandy Stavik called home. Mandy was special, the kind of young woman who left an impression on everyone she met. She'd graduated from Mount Baker High School earlier that year, where she'd been a star athlete, a dedicated student, and the kind of person who seemed to radiate warmth. Her smile was infectious. Her laugh was genuine. She was the girl who helped younger students with their homework, who played basketball with fierce determination, who dreamed big dreams about her future. By fall, she'd started her freshman year at Central Washington University in Ellensburg. She was studying to become a teacher, drawn to the idea of shaping young minds, of making a difference. Her family couldn't have been prouder. Her mother, Mary, her father, Archie. They watched their daughter spread her wings with that mixture of pride and bittersweet longing that all parents feel when their children leave home. But Thanksgiving meant coming back. It meant the warmth of family gatherings, the comfort of familiar faces, the joy of sleeping in her own bed. Mandy came home that Wednesday before Thanksgiving, ready to celebrate with her family and friends, ready to enjoy a few days in the place where she had grown up. Friday, November 24, 1989, dawned cold and clear. The Thanksgiving feast was over, the leftovers safely tucked away in the refrigerator. It was the kind of day that makes you want to shake off the food coma, to get outside and move. Mandy was a runner. Not just someone who jogged occasionally, but someone who genuinely loved the feeling of her feet hitting the pavement. The rhythm of her breathing, the clarity that came with physical exertion. That Friday afternoon, around 2:30, She laced up her running shoes and told her mother she was going out for a run. She wasn't going alone. Kyra, the family's German shepherd, bounded along beside her as she headed out the door. Mandy wore a green sweatshirt, running tights, her blonde hair pulled back. She looked happy, energized, ready for a good run along the familiar road she'd been running since high school. The route she chose was one she knew well. It would take her through the rural roads around Acme, past farms and fields, through the kind of scenery that reminded her why she loved this place. It should have been a pleasant, uneventful run. The kind of run she'd done hundreds of times before. But Mandy never came home. Hours passed. The afternoon light began to fade. Kira came home alone, still wearing her leash. But there was no sign of Mandy. At first, the family tried not to worry. Maybe she'd stopped at a friend's house. Maybe she'd gone further than planned and lost track of time. But as evening fell and darkness settled over Acme, worry turned to fear. Mary Static called the Whatcom County Sheriff's Office. Her daughter was missing. Something was terribly wrong. When a young woman goes missing in a small town, the entire community mobilizes. By Friday night, search parties were forming. Neighbors, friends, classmates, people who'd only met Mandy once or twice. They all came out. They walked the roads she might have taken. They called her name into the darkness. They shone flashlights into ditches and wooded areas. Detective Ron Peterson took the lead on the case. He was an experienced investigator, someone who'd worked countless cases in Whatcom County. But this one hit him differently. When he saw Mandy's photograph, when he met her desperate family, something about the case gripped him. Later, he would say that Mandy looked like his own daughter. This wasn't just another case, this was personal. Saturday passed in a blur of searching. Volunteers covered miles of terrain. They checked abandoned buildings, knocked on doors, interviewed anyone who might have seen something. The hope, the prayer was that Mandy had gotten hurt somehow. That maybe she was lying injured somewhere, waiting to be found. That she was still alive, but hope began to fade. Sunday morning, November 26, 3 days after Mandy disappeared, Detective Peterson made a discovery that would shatter the Stavic family and haunt the town of Acme for decades to come. He found Mandy's body in the Nooksack River, about 3.5 miles from her home. She was lying in knee-deep water near the riverbank, her body wedged between rocks. She was nude. The green sweatshirt, the running tights she'd worn when she left home, they were gone. The medical examiner's findings were devastating. Mandy had been sexually assaulted. She had injuries consistent with being struck in the head, but the actual cause of death was drowning. Someone had knocked her unconscious and placed her in the river, leaving her to drown in the frigid water. She was only 18 years old. She had her whole life ahead of her, and someone had stolen it from her on a Friday afternoon jog. In 1989, DNA technology was still in its infancy. It existed, but it wasn't the standard investigative tool it would become. Detective Peterson, however, had recently received FBI training in working with DNA evidence. It was cutting-edge stuff, the kind of forensic technique that was just beginning to revolutionize criminal investigations. And there was DNA evidence. Male DNA was recovered from Mandy's body. It was a crucial clue, potentially the key to solving this case. But DNA is only useful if you have something to compare it to. You need a suspect. You need samples. Investigators threw everything they had at this case. They interviewed residents. They developed a list of possible suspects. Men who lived in the area who might have crossed paths with Mandy. They asked 30 men to voluntarily provide saliva samples for DNA testing. All 30 agreed. All 30 were tested. All 30 were excluded. The killer wasn't among them. Detectives kept working. They followed every lead, no matter how small. They looked into Mandy's life, her friends, anyone who might have had contact with her, but nothing panned out. The DNA profile sat in the evidence files, a genetic fingerprint of a killer with no name attached. Months turned into years. The case went cold. Not closed, never closed, but cold. The kind of case that sits in a detective's mind, that keeps them awake at night, wondering if they missed something, if there was a lead they should have followed more aggressively. For the Stavic family, the pain never faded. Mary and Archie had to learn to live with the unimaginable. to exist in a world where their daughter's killer walked free. In Acme, the sense of security that had defined the town vanished. People locked their doors now. Parents watched their children more carefully. Everyone wondered if they knew the killer, if they'd smiled at him in the grocery store or passed him on the street. And somewhere out there, a man who'd raped and murdered Mandy Stavik went about his life, believing he'd gotten away with it. Timothy Bass was 22 years old when Mandy Stavik was murdered. He lived in Acme, not far from the Stavik family. He'd graduated from Mount Baker High School a few years before Mandy. He was a local guy, someone people recognized, someone who seemed ordinary. After the murder, Bass's life continued. He got married. He had children. He worked various jobs around the area. To anyone who knew him, he seemed like a normal guy, maybe a bit odd, but nothing that raised serious red flags. He was part of the community fabric, just another face in a small town. But there were women who remembered him differently, women who'd had uncomfortable encounters with him, women who over the years had wondered about him in the dark corners of their minds. Marilee Anderson was one of them. A couple of years after Mandy's murder, Tim Bass had shown up at her house late one night. She was home alone with her infant son, her husband away. Bass claimed he'd been out hunting and needed to use the phone. Marilee let him in, being neighborly. But when Bass picked up the phone, she could hear it. The beep 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 of a call that wasn't connecting. He wasn't actually dialing a real number. He'd lied about needing to make a call. Then he'd walked through her kitchen, back toward her bedroom. He told her he used to drive by her house, that he'd always been in love with her, that he wanted to make love to her. Fear seized Marilee's throat. She was alone with this man, this predator, and her baby was in the next room. She kept saying no, kept telling him to leave. But he persisted, trying to convince her to go into the bedroom with him. Finally, she threatened to call the police. Somehow, she got him out of her house. She never reported it. This was a small town. Tim Bass was someone people knew. Without proof of actual assault, what could she say? That he'd made her uncomfortable, that he'd propositioned her. She stayed quiet, but she never forgot. And from that night forward, she was careful to avoid Tim Bass. Heather Backstrom had her own story. Just months before Mandy was killed, when Heather was only 15 years old, she'd had an encounter with 21-year-old Tim Bass. They'd been riding in a truck after a softball game, Heather sitting between Bass and the driver, a young man named Dan who would later become her husband. Bass had started flirting with her aggressively. He told her she had beautiful eyes. Then he picked up a pen from the cup holder and started rubbing it along her knees. Heather played along, uncomfortable but not wanting to make a scene, knowing that Dan's presence protected her from anything worse. But the encounter stuck with her. In the years that followed, she made a point of avoiding Tim Bass. Both women, in their own private thoughts, had wondered over the years. If Bass behaved this way toward them, who else had he targeted? Could he have done something to Mandy Stavik? But suspicion isn't evidence, and in a small town, accusing someone of murder based on feeling uncomfortable seemed impossible, even dangerous. So they stayed silent, and the years passed, and Mandy's case remained unsolved. June 2013. A sunny Friday afternoon. Heather Backstrom and Marilee Anderson took their young children to Birch Bay Water Slides, a local water park near Bellingham. It was just a normal outing, the kind of thing parents do on warm summer days. The kids played in the water. The moms sat together chatting casually about life, about their families, about growing up in Acme. Randomly, someone brought up Mandy Stavik's case. It was the kind of conversation that still happened in Acme all these years later. The unsolved murder that had changed everything. A case no one could forget. As they talked, Heather Backstrom suddenly said something that made Marilee Anderson's heart skip a beat. "I know who killed her." Marilee stared at her, stunned. Then she replied, "I do too." Two women who barely knew each other, who'd gone to the same high school but hadn't been close. Both had the same name on their minds, Tim Bass. They compared their stories. The late-night visit, the aggressive flirting, the predatory behavior. Separately, their experiences had seemed like uncomfortable moments, possibly meaningless. Together, they formed a pattern. This time, they didn't stay silent. merely contacted a high school classmate who worked as a detective with the Whatcom County Sheriff's Office. She told him about Tim Bass, about the encounter she and Heather had experienced, about their suspicions. The tip landed on the desk of Detective Ken Gates, who had been working on the Stavik case for years. He'd inherited it from Ron Peterson, who'd retired but never stopped thinking about Mandy. Gates had been doing what he could to keep the case alive, looking for new angles, hoping for a break. Now finally, he had a name: Tim Bass. Detective Gates started digging into Tim Bass's background. What he found was interesting. Bass had no criminal record of violent crimes, but there were some things that stood out. He'd been known to drive the rural roads around Acme frequently. He'd been in the area when Mandy disappeared, and most importantly, he'd never been one of the 30 men who'd voluntarily provided DNA samples back in 1989. But suspicion isn't enough to arrest someone. You need evidence. And the evidence they had, that crucial DNA profile from 1989, was useless unless they could get a sample from Bass to compare it to. The problem was clear. If they approached Bass directly and asked for a DNA sample, he could refuse. And if he refused, it might tip him off, might make him flee or destroy evidence. They needed to get his DNA without his knowledge. In 2017, 2 detectives decided to visit Bass. At his workplace, they asked him casual questions about his daily routines back in 1989. Where did he drive? What routes did he take? Bass answered their questions, probably thinking it was just a routine follow-up on an old case. The detectives left, but they'd planted a seed. 4 years later, their visit would bear unexpected fruit. Tim Bass worked at a bakery in Whatcom County. One of his co-workers was a woman named Kim Wagner. After the detectives' visit, Bass mentioned it to Kim, probably thinking nothing of it. But Kim was curious. Why were detectives asking Tim about routes he drove almost 30 years ago? She asked around. She learned that Tim Bass was a suspect in the Mandy Stavik case, the case everyone in the area knew about, the murder that had never been solved. Kim Wagner made a decision. She was going to help catch a killer. She started paying attention to Tim Bass at work. She watched what he did, where he went, what he touched, and she waited for an opportunity. One day, Tim Bass drank from a plastic cup at work. When he threw it away, Kim retrieved it from the trash. Another day, he drank from a soda can and discarded it. Kim grabbed that too. She called the detectives. She had what they needed. The DNA samples from the cup and the can were analyzed. The results came back. It was a match. The DNA on those discarded items matched the DNA found on Mandy Stavik's body in 1989. After 28 years, they finally had their man. December 12, 2017. Tim Bass was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. He was 51 years old, married with children, living what appeared to be a normal life in the same community where he'd killed Mandy Stavik. The arrest sent shockwaves through Acme. Tim Bass. It was Tim Bass all along. People who'd known him, who'd worked with him, who'd seen him around town for decades, they were stunned. Some couldn't believe it. Others thought back to interactions they'd had with him and felt a chill run down their spines. For Mary Stavik, the news was overwhelming. After nearly 3 decades of living with uncertainty, of wondering if she'd ever know who killed her daughter, she finally had an answer. The grief was still there. It would always be there. But now there was something else too, the possibility of justice. Bass maintained his innocence. When questioned, he claimed that he and Mandy had engaged in consensual sex. It was an absurd defense given the evidence, given that Mandy was found drowned in a river, but it was all he had. The trial began in May 2019. The prosecution laid out their case methodically. They presented the DNA evidence linking Bass to the crime. They called witnesses who testified about Bass's behavior around the time of the murder. They reconstructed what likely happened that Friday afternoon in November 1989. Mandy had been jogging along the rural roads near her home. Tim Bass, driving those same roads he'd driven countless times, had seen her. Had he been fantasizing about her? Had this been planned, or was it an opportunistic attack? Whatever his thought process, Bass stopped his vehicle. He abducted Mandy. He sexually assaulted her. He struck her hard enough to knock her unconscious. And then he placed her body in the Nooksack River and left her to drown. The defense tried to create reasonable doubt, but the evidence was overwhelming. The DNA match was irrefutable. There was no explanation that made Bass look innocent. On May 24, 2019, nearly 29 years and 6 months to the day after Mandy Stavik was killed, a jury returned their verdict. Guilty. Guilty of first-degree murder. Guilty of kidnapping. Guilty of rape. In the courtroom, Mary Stavik wept. Her daughter's killer had finally been held accountable. It didn't bring Mandy back. Nothing could do that. But it meant something. It meant that her daughter hadn't been forgotten. That the people who'd worked on this case for decades had never given up. Tim Bass was sentenced to nearly 27 years in prison, the maximum allowed under the law. Because he hadn't been charged with premeditated murder, prosecutors couldn't seek a life sentence. But the judge gave him every year he could. Kim Wagner, a bakery worker who'd retrieved those crucial DNA samples, became something of a local hero. When asked about what she'd done, she said simply, "I wanted to do the right thing for Mandy." She'd volunteered to help, and her actions had made all the difference. Detective Ron Peterson, who'd found Mandy's body all those years ago, who'd carried this case with him even after retirement, finally had closure. The case that had haunted him for decades was solved. The girl who'd looked like his daughter could rest in peace now. And Heather Backstrom and Marilee Anderson, the two mothers whose conversation at a water park had reignited the investigation, they knew they'd done something important. They'd spoken up when it mattered. They'd trusted their instincts. They'd helped bring a killer to justice. Mandy Stavik's case raises questions that echo long after the verdict. How many women had uncomfortable encounters with Tim Bass over the years? How many of them kept quiet because they didn't think their experience was significant enough to report? How many times did Bass get away with predatory behavior because his victims were afraid of not being believed or didn't want to make waves in a small community? We'll never know for certain. But what we do know is that when Heather and Marilee finally spoke up, when they compared their experiences and realized they weren't alone, it changed everything. There's a lesson there about the importance of listening to women when they say someone makes them uncomfortable, about taking predatory behavior seriously, even when it doesn't rise to the level of assault, about the danger of keeping silent to avoid rocking the boat. For nearly 30 years, Tim Bass lived as a free man. He attended community events. He raised his children. He went to work every day. And all the while, Mary Stavik lived with the agony of not knowing who had killed her daughter. That's the real tragedy of cold cases. Not just the initial crime, but the years of uncertainty that follow. The wondering, the fear, the sense that justice will never come. Mandy Stavik would be in her early 50s now if she'd lived. She might have become a teacher like she dreamed. She might have married, had children of her own. She might have done any number of things with her life. Instead, she's forever 18. Forever the bright-eyed college freshman who went for a jog on a Friday afternoon and never came home. But she's not forgotten. In Acme, people still talk about Mandy. They remember her kindness, her athletic ability, her infectious smile, the elementary school where she might have taught. As students who learn her story, who understand that their small town was changed by what happened to her. And in courtrooms and detective offices and forensic labs around the country, Mandy's case is studied. It's an example of how DNA technology, even decades-old DNA, can finally bring justice. It's a reminder that cold cases can be solved, that persistence matters, that sometimes all it takes is two mothers having a conversation at a water park to set the wheels of justice in motion. Mary Stavik lived to see her daughter's killer convicted. She passed away a few years after the trial, able to find at least some measure of peace in her final years. She'd never gotten her daughter back, but she'd gotten justice. And sometimes that's all that's left to hope for. The Mandy Stavik case changed how law enforcement approaches cold cases in Washington state and beyond. It demonstrated the value of preserving DNA evidence, even when there's no immediate suspect. It showed the importance of following up on tips, no matter how much time has passed. And it proved that genetic genealogy and basic investigative work, combined with community cooperation, can solve cases that seem impossible. Kim Wagner's role in the case sparked conversations about citizen involvement in criminal investigations. Her willingness to help to collect those DNA samples from her coworker raised both praise and ethical questions. Was it a violation of Bass's privacy, or was it a clever, legal way to gather evidence against someone who'd evaded justice for decades? Courts have generally upheld that discarded items in public or workplace settings are fair game for DNA collection. Once you throw something away, you've abandoned your expectation of privacy in it. Kim Wagner didn't break into Bass's home or steal anything from him personally. She simply retrieved garbage that he'd discarded. But the case makes you think about the balance between privacy and justice, about the lengths we're willing to go to solve crimes. In the end, most people agreed that Kim Wagner had done the right thing. She'd helped catch a rapist and murderer. She'd given the Stavik family closure. The ethical questions were secondary to the result. One of the most chilling aspects of the Mandy Stavik case is how long Tim Bass evaded justice. For 28 years, he lived in the same community where he'd committed murder. He saw the missing person posters. He heard people talking about the case. He knew that Mandy's family was suffering, that the town was traumatized. But he said nothing. He went about his life as if nothing had happened. Criminal psychologists call this compartmentalization. The ability to separate your crime from your everyday life. To convince yourself that you're not really a bad person, that what happened was an isolated incident, maybe even something you can justify to yourself. Bass never confessed. Even after his arrest, he maintained the absurd claim that he and Mandy had engaged in consensual relations, unable or unwilling to admit what he'd really done. Perhaps he'd told himself the lie so many times that he'd started to believe it, or perhaps he knew exactly what he was, and simply didn't care. The truth is, we may never fully understand what goes on in the mind of someone like Tim Bass. What would make a 22-year-old man attack an 18-year-old woman he probably knew from around town? What allowed him to live with himself afterward? These are questions without satisfying answers. Evil exists. Violence happens. And sometimes the only explanation is that some people are capable of terrible things. That they make choices that destroy lives and communities. It's worth remembering that Mandy wasn't Tim Bass's only victim. Yes, she lost her life, and that's the ultimate tragedy. But Marilee Anderson lived with the memory of Bass's predatory visit to her home. The fear she felt that night when she was alone with him and her infant son. Heather Backstrom was only 15 when Bass made her uncomfortable in that truck. Young enough that the encounter probably affected how she viewed men, how she moved through the world. How many other women had encounters with Tim Bass that they've never spoken about? How many of them wondered after his arrest if they'd narrowly escaped being his next victim? And what about Bass's own family? His wife, his children, they had to live with the revelation that the man they loved, the husband and father they thought they knew, was a rapist and murderer. That's a different kind of victimization, the betrayal of discovering that someone you trusted was capable of such horror. Cold cases have a wide blast radius. They affect entire communities, create ripples of trauma that spread far beyond the immediate victim and their family. For 30 years, Acme lived under the shadow of Mandy's murder. Children grew up hearing about it. Parents worried about their daughters. And everyone wondered if they knew the killer. That's part of what makes cases like this so important to solve. It's not just about punishing the perpetrator, though that matters. It's about healing a community, about restoring some sense of safety and order to a place that's been living with fear and uncertainty. The Mandy Stavik case is also a testament to the power of forensic science. In 1989, DNA analysis was barely established as an investigative tool. The fact that Detective Ron Peterson had the foresight to collect and preserve DNA evidence was remarkable. Many departments at that time weren't doing that yet. That decision, made in the first days of the investigation, turned out to be crucial. Without that DNA evidence, the case might never have been solved. Even with Kim Wagner collecting Bass's discarded cup and can, without the original DNA sample from 1989 to compare it to, there would have been no case. It's a reminder of how important proper evidence collection and preservation are. How many crimes from that era went unsolved because investigators didn't know to collect DNA, or didn't store it properly, or didn't have the technology to analyze it. Today, genetic genealogy is pushing the boundaries even further. Cases that were unsolvable even 10 years ago are being cracked using DNA databases and family trees. The Golden State Killer was caught using these techniques. Dozens of other cold cases have been solved. But it all started with cases like Mandy Stavix, with investigators who understood that science was changing, the technology was improving, and that evidence collected today might be the key to solving a case decades in the future. Today, Acme is still a small town. It's still the kind of place where people know their neighbors, where high school sports matter, where the pace of life is slower than in the cities. But it's different too. The innocence that existed before November 1989 is gone, replaced by a harder-won wisdom about the capacity for evil that can exist anywhere, even in the safest seeming communities. Mandy's case reminds us that tragedy can strike anywhere, anytime. That danger doesn't only lurk in dark alleys in big cities. That the person next door, the guy you see at the grocery store, the coworker who seems perfectly normal, might be hiding terrible secrets. But it also reminds us of something more hopeful. That justice, even when delayed, can still arrive. That cold cases can be solved. That communities can come together to support each other, and to support the pursuit of truth. Two mothers at a water park had a conversation that changed everything. A bakery worker decided to do the right thing, even though it must have been uncomfortable, even scary to suspect and help catch a coworker. Detectives who could have moved on to easier cases instead stuck with this one, refusing to let it fade into forgotten history. That's the other lesson of Mandy Stavix's story. That ordinary people can do extraordinary things. That speaking up matters. That persistence pays off. That justice, however long it takes, is worth fighting for. So tonight, as you drift off to sleep, remember Mandy Stavix. Remember the bright-eyed 18-year-old who went for a jog on a Friday afternoon with dreams of becoming a teacher. Remember her family who lived with uncertainty for nearly 30 years before finally getting answers. Remember the women who spoke up, the investigator who never gave up, and the coworker who decided to help catch a killer. And remember that even in the darkest stories, even in cases that seem hopeless, light can break through. Truth can emerge. Justice can prevail. Sleep well. The story is over. The killer was caught, and Mandy Stavix, wherever she is, can rest in peace knowing that she was never forgotten, that people never stopped fighting for her, and that in the end the truth came out. Her story lives on, not just as a tragedy, but as a testament to the power of persistence, the importance of speaking up, and the enduring human belief that justice, however delayed, it matters. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. The morning of August 27, 2015 began like any other in the upscale Mirabella community near World Golf Village in St. Augustine, Florida. The manicured lawns were still damp with dew, and the streets were quiet in that particular way suburban neighborhoods are on late summer mornings when children are about to head back to school and parents are savoring the last days of vacation routines. But inside the home at 260 South Bellagio Drive, the atmosphere was anything but peaceful. Amanda Cawley, a 36-year-old mother, was trying to rebuild her life after a marriage that had deteriorated into something she no longer recognized. The woman who had once believed in the promise of forever with James Terry Cawley Jr. had spent the past months watching that dream crumble into restraining orders, violated boundaries, and an escalating pattern of behavior that terrified her. That morning, Amanda wasn't alone. Her best friend Lindy Dobbins was there. At 39 years old, Lindy was also a mother, someone who understood the complexities of adult life and the importance of supporting your friends through difficult times. Another friend, Rachel Hendricks, was present too, along with a man named Lamar Duberly, someone Amanda had been dating for a few months as she navigated her new reality as a separated woman. What none of them knew was that several hours earlier, at approximately 4 o'clock in the morning, someone had broken into the home. The house had been ransacked, belongings scattered, a clear message of rage left in the disorder. Amanda had reported this break-in. She suspected it was James, her estranged husband. But proving it and stopping it were two different things entirely. James Cawley Jr. was 35 years old that summer. To understand what happened on August 27th, you have to understand the weeks and months that led up to that day. James and Amanda's marriage had been unraveling for some time. Like many relationships that end badly, it probably started with small things that grew into larger problems. James had become increasingly controlling, increasingly upset about Amanda's independence, about her going out at night, about her moving on with her life. Amanda had done what so many domestic violence victims do. She had sought protection through the legal system. She had obtained a domestic violence injunction against James. A piece of paper that said he couldn't contact her, couldn't come near her. But as countless stories have shown us, restraining orders are only as effective as the person who's being restrained is willing to respect them. James hadn't respected it. He had violated the order. He had broken into the home they once shared and trashed it, burning Amanda's clothes in the yard in a display of rage that must have sent chills down her spine. The violation had led to a court hearing scheduled for the morning of August 27th. At that hearing, which took place before 10 o'clock that morning, James Cawley Jr. stood before a judge. He was told once again to stay away from his estranged wife. The judge handed down a 60-day suspended sentence for the restraining order violation. James was required to sign an affidavit days earlier confirming he had no guns. The court date made him furious, according to later testimony. His father would later tell investigators that he had warned his son not to do anything foolish. But James Cawley Jr. had already made his decision. What happened next would later be described by prosecutors and the presiding judge as one of the worst crimes in recent memory in St. Johns County. Immediately after leaving the courthouse, James didn't go home to cool off. He didn't call a friend or take a drive to clear his head. Instead, he went to his father's home, where he had been staying during the separation. There, among the 16 guns that investigators would later find in the house, James selected a handgun. Then he drove to the home on South Bellagio Drive, the home where he knew Amanda would be, the home where their marriage had once existed, the home that now represented everything he felt he had lost. The photo that had pushed James over the edge had arrived sometime before this day. A neighbor, identified in court documents as Mike Dickens, had taken a picture of Lamar Duberly mowing Amanda's lawn without a shirt on. The neighbor sent this photo to James's sister, who then forwarded it to James. For James, this image became an obsession, proof in his mind of Amanda's betrayal, evidence of the man he believed had stolen his life. At 10:38 that morning, less than 2 hours after being told by a judge to stay away from Amanda, James Cawley Jr. walked out of the wooded area behind the house on South Bellagio Drive. He was carrying the handgun, and as he approached the rear sliding glass door, he began shooting. Inside the house, the 4 people who were there that morning heard the glass shatter. They heard the gunshots in that instant. A casual morning gathering among friends transformed into a nightmare of survival. Lamar Duberly, the man James was looking for, heard James yelling, "Where is he?" Through the chaos and the sound of gunfire, Lamar realized he might be the target. He ran. He made it to the garage, rolled under the garage door while it was still closing, and fled the house. He wasn't hit. He would later find someone several streets away and call 911, his voice shaking as he tried to explain what had just happened. But Rachel Hendricks and Lindy Dobbins didn't have the same escape route. As James Cawley burst into the house, gun in hand, these 2 women ran for cover. They found themselves in the master bathroom, and from there they squeezed into the walk-in closet, bracing the door with their bodies, trying desperately to keep James out. Amanda Cawley was somewhere else in the bathroom, likely frozen with terror, listening to her estranged husband screaming, demanding to know where he was, cursing at her with a rage that must have been absolutely terrifying. Rachel Hendricks, hiding in that closet with Lindy, heard James yelling at Amanda. She heard him demanding answers, heard the venom in his voice. Then she heard a gunshot. After that single shot, she never heard Amanda's voice again. What happened next would haunt Rachel for the rest of her life. A bullet came through the closet door. It grazed her arm, a sensation she would later describe as feeling like a rug burn. But in that moment, adrenaline was the only thing keeping her moving. She fell backward from the impact, and that's when James forced his way into the closet. He walked past Rachel as if she wasn't even there. His focus was on Lindy Dobbins, who was crouching behind a dresser, trying to make herself as small as possible, trying to become invisible in a moment when being seen meant death. Rachel Hendricks, in a split-second decision driven by pure survival instinct, ran. She ran out of the closet, through the house, out the front door, looking for anyone who could help. As she fled, she heard another gunshot behind her. She knew what it meant. James Cawley had put the handgun to Lindy Dobbins' head and pulled the trigger. Lindy, a mother, a friend, someone who was simply there to support Amanda through a difficult time, was executed at point-blank range. But James wasn't finished. He returned to the bathroom where Amanda lay. Already wounded from that first shot Rachel had heard, Amanda was on the floor, injured, helpless. And to the medical examiner who would later testify at trial, James Cawley shot his estranged wife 9 times as she begged for her life. The prosecution would tell the jury that Amanda was pleading with him, saying please, asking him to stop. But James emptied his gun into the woman he had once promised to love and protect. When it was over, James Cawley called his father. According to testimony, he told his father, "Dad, she's put me back in jail. I can't handle it anymore. It's over. She just won't let it go, so I did what I had to do. I can't go to prison. I shot 2 people." Then James got in his car and started driving north. Rachel Hendricks, meanwhile, had made it to a neighbor's house. Her 911 call, which would later be played in court, captured her terror. She could barely get the words out between sobs and gasps for air. She told the dispatcher she was scared for her life, that her friend had been shot right in front of her, that she had been grazed by a bullet herself. Lamar Duberly's 911 call came from several streets away. He was breathless, trying to explain that shots had been fired through the sliding glass door, that he thought the shots were aimed at him, that he had run for his life. By the time police arrived at 2060 South Bellagio Drive, there was nothing they could do for Amanda Cawley or Lindy Dobbins. Both women were dead. Amanda had been shot 9 times. Lindy had been shot 3 times, including the fatal shot to her head. A massive manhunt began immediately. Police issued a nationwide alert to be on the lookout for James Cawley Jr. His mother, when interviewed by investigators, said something chilling. She told them she thought her son might have headed to the mountains of West Virginia where they had relatives. She told them they might never find him. But James didn't make it to West Virginia. He made it to Virginia, to a small town called Norton, but his driving was erratic, dangerous. A woman called 911, terrified because a man in another vehicle had been tailgating her aggressively, slamming on his brakes in front of her, driving at high speeds, then stopping in the middle of the road. She had her children in the car, including a newborn who weighed just 4 pounds. The children were scared. The grandmother had gotten in the back seat to try to keep them calm. Police intercepted James Cawley's vehicle during a traffic stop. He was arrested without incident, hours after the murders. He was extradited back to St. Johns County, Florida, where he would await trial. The investigation revealed the premeditation. Police found evidence of the early morning break-in, the ransacking of the house. They theorized that James had broken in around 4 in the morning, trashed the place as an act of rage, then left. He went to his court hearing, where being told once again that he couldn't see Amanda, couldn't contact her, sent him over the edge. He retrieved the gun from his father's house and returned to the home on South Bellagio Drive, with the clear intention of finding Lamar Duberly and confronting Amanda. At his father's home, investigators found 16 guns and blood spattered around the residence. The evidence painted a picture of a man who had been spiraling, whose anger and sense of loss had transformed into something murderous. The trial of James Terry Cawley Jr. began in July of 2018, nearly 3 years after the murders. The St. Johns County courtroom was packed with people who had known and loved Amanda and Lindy. Family members sat together, united in their grief and their desire for justice. Rachel Hendricks took the stand. She had to take a steadying breath when asked to point out James Cawley in the courtroom. Then she recounted everything, every terrifying moment, every sound, every image that had been burned into her memory. When prosecutors played the 911 call she had made that day, Rachel broke down crying, reliving the worst moments of her life in front of a room full of strangers. Lamar Duberly also testified, describing his relationship with Amanda, the shooting, how he realized James was looking for him and knew he had to run or die. The medical examiner's testimony was clinical but devastating. 9 gunshot wounds to Amanda, 3 to Lindy. The trajectory of the bullets, the range from which they were fired, the methodical nature of the violence. The defense attorney, Terry Showmaker, didn't dispute that James had killed the 2 women. Instead, he argued that the question wasn't who did it, but why. He painted a picture of a man who was heavily medicated for depression and anxiety. A man who wasn't himself. A man who had loved his family more than anything and somehow lost control in the most catastrophic way possible. But the prosecution's case was overwhelming. This wasn't a crime of passion in the heat of the moment. James had violated the restraining order multiple times. He had broken into the house in the early morning hours. He had attended a court hearing where he was explicitly told to stay away from Amanda. Then he had deliberately obtained a gun and driven to the house with the intention of confronting the people inside. The murders were premeditated, calculated, and brutal. The jury deliberated and returned with their verdict. James Terry Colley Jr. was found guilty on all counts. 2 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of Amanda Colley and Lindy Dobbins. 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder for the attacks on Rachel Hendricks and Lamar Duberly. 2 burglary counts, and 1 count of aggravated stalking. Then came the penalty phase, where the jury had to decide whether James Colley should receive life in prison or the death penalty. The prosecution argued that the crime was cold, calculated, heinous, and atrocious. They described how both victims had begged for their lives, how Amanda had said please as James shot her 9 times, how Lindy had been cowering behind a dresser when James executed her at point-blank range. The jury recommended the death penalty. On November 30th, 2018, Judge Howard Maltz formally sentenced James Terry Colley Jr. to death. In his remarks, Judge Maltz told Colley that his crime was cold, calculated, heinous, and atrocious. State Attorney R.J. Lariza, who attended the hearing, spoke about the barbaric nature of the murders and expressed hope that the families could find some measure of peace now that the defendant had been held accountable. James Colley Jr. was taken into custody to await transfer to Florida's death row, joining 5 other individuals from St. Johns County who had been sentenced to death. It was the first death sentence from St. Johns County in more than 7 years. In November of 2020, the Florida Supreme Court upheld James Colley's convictions and death sentences, rejecting his appeals. The aftermath of the murders rippled through many lives. Amanda and James had children together, and custody became another battleground. James's family was reportedly upset that Amanda's family received custody, and that they didn't get to see the grandchildren as much as they wanted. But many people felt that was simply too bad, that the man who had murdered the children's mother had forfeited any claim to maintaining those family connections. Lindy Dobbins left behind children as well. Both families had to navigate the impossible task of explaining to young children why their mothers weren't coming home, why a sunny summer morning in August had stolen away the people who loved them most. For Rachel Hendricks, survival came with its own burden. She had to live with the images in her mind, the sound of those gunshots, the memory of watching her friend be executed in front of her, the knowledge that she had run while Lindy stayed behind. Survivor's guilt is a heavy thing to carry, and no guilty verdict or death sentence can fully heal that particular wound. Lamar Duberly had to reconcile with the fact that James Colley had been looking for him, that in some way his presence in Amanda's life had contributed to James's rage. Of course, the responsibility for the murders lay entirely with James Colley, who made the choice to pick up a gun and take 2 innocent lives. But the human mind doesn't always follow logic when processing trauma. The Mirabella community, that quiet upscale neighborhood near World Golf Village, had to come to terms with the fact that such violence could happen anywhere. Even in the safest seeming places, even on the brightest summer mornings. The house at 260 South Bellagio Drive became a monument to tragedy, a place where normalcy had been shattered by rage and jealousy, and the terrible moment when a man decided that if he couldn't have his wife, no one could. This case, like so many domestic violence cases, shows us the escalation pattern that too often ends in death. James Colley didn't wake up one morning and suddenly become a murderer. There were signs. There was the controlling behavior, the anger about Amanda going out at night, the violated restraining order, the break-in, the destruction of her property. Each incident was an escalation, a step further down a path that ended in that house on August 27th. The Amanda had tried to protect herself. She had gotten the restraining order. She had reported the violations. She had done what we tell victims of domestic violence to do. Document everything. Report everything. Seek legal protection. But the system, as it so often does, failed to keep her safe. A piece of paper can't stop a determined person with a gun. A court order can't protect someone when the person violating it is willing to accept the consequences. For Amanda Colley and Lindy Dobbins, that August morning was supposed to be ordinary. Maybe they were having coffee, talking about their children, making plans for the coming fall, discussing the million small things that make up daily life. Lindy was there as a friend, as support, As someone who cared about Amanda during a difficult transition, neither woman could have imagined that morning that it would be their last. That James Cawley was at that very moment walking out of a courthouse, getting a gun and driving toward them with murder in his heart. The true tragedy of this case isn't just the violence of that day, though that is certainly tragic enough. It's the ripple effects. It's the children who grew up without their mothers. It's Rachel Hendricks living with trauma. It's the families who have to carry grief for the rest of their lives. It's the community that lost its sense of safety. It's the reminder that domestic violence can escalate to murder, and that we as a society still haven't figured out how to adequately protect victims before it's too late. James Terry Cawley Jr. sits on death row in Florida, waiting for the appeals process to play out, which in capital cases can take decades. Amanda Cawley and Lindy Dobbins are gone, their lives cut short by a man who claimed to love one of them and had no connection to the other except that she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. This is the story of what happened on August 27th, 2015, in St. Johns County, Florida. It's a story about rage and control and the moment when anger becomes murder. It's a story about two women who died because one man couldn't accept that his marriage was over. It's a story that's been told in different forms countless times, in countless places, because domestic violence remains one of the most persistent and deadly problems in our society. And it's a story that reminds us that sometimes the most dangerous time for a domestic violence victim is when they try to leave, when they try to move on, when they dare to build a new life without their abuser. For Amanda Cawley, that attempt at a new beginning cost her everything. As you drift off to sleep tonight, remember Amanda Cawley and Lindy Dobbins. Remember that they were more than just victims in a true crime story. They were mothers, daughters, friends, people with hopes and dreams and futures that were stolen from them. On a summer morning when evil walked through a sliding glass door with a gun in hand and murder in mind. The house at 260 South Bellagio Drive stands as a silent witness to what happened that day. The manicured lawns of Mirabella continue to be tended. Life goes on as it always does, even in places where tragedy has struck. But the echoes of that August morning remain. A reminder of two lives lost, two families shattered, and a man whose inability to let go led him to become a killer. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. The city of Boston never truly sleeps. Even in the early morning hours, when most people have retreated to their homes, there are still pockets of light and sound scattered across the urban landscape. Nightclubs pulse with music, streets glisten under lamplight, and people, young people especially, carve out moments of joy in the darkness, celebrating birthdays, friendships, and the simple pleasure of being alive. February 23rd, 2019, was one of those nights, a Saturday that bled into Sunday. And for 23-year-old Jassy Correa, it was supposed to be a night of celebration. It was her birthday weekend, and she decided to mark the occasion the way many young people do, with friends, music, and dancing at one of Boston's popular night spots. Jassy was a young mother from Lynn, Massachusetts, a city just north of Boston. She had a 2-year-old daughter who was the center of her world. Those who knew Jassy described her as vibrant and full of life. The kind of person who lit up a room when she entered it. She had her whole life ahead of her. But that night, in the span of just a few hours, everything would change. The nightclub was called Venue, located on Warrenton Street in Boston's Theater District. It's the kind of place that attracts a young crowd, people in their 20s and 30s looking to dance, meet friends, and escape the routine of daily life for a few hours. On that particular Saturday night, the club was crowded, the music loud, the energy electric. Jassy had arrived with 3 friends. They were there to celebrate, to dance, to enjoy themselves. And for most of the evening, that's exactly what happened. The group moved through the club together, caught up in the rhythm of the music and the warmth of friendship. It was the kind of night that should have ended with laughter and tired feet, with Jassy heading home safely to her daughter and her family. But somewhere in those early morning hours, around 12:30 or 1 o'clock, Jassy became separated from her friends. In the chaos of a crowded nightclub, it's not unusual for groups to lose track of each other temporarily. Maybe someone went to the bathroom. Maybe the crowd pushed them apart. Maybe Jassy stepped outside for fresh air, or to make a phone call. These are the small, ordinary moments that in retrospect take on enormous significance. Because it was during this separation that Jassy encountered a stranger. A man she'd never met before. A man who would change the trajectory of her life. In the worst possible way. His name was Louis Coleman III. He was 32 years old at the time, living in Providence, Rhode Island. On the surface, there was nothing particularly remarkable about Coleman. He was just another person out in Boston that night. But what happened next would reveal something darker lurking beneath that ordinary exterior. Surveillance footage from outside the nightclub would later capture the encounter. Jassy and Coleman could be seen talking. What was said between them remains a mystery. The cameras captured images, but no sound. To anyone watching at the time, it might have looked like an ordinary interaction. Two people having a conversation outside a nightclub in the middle of the night. But prosecutors would later argue that this was the moment when Coleman began executing a plan. They believe he offered Jassy a ride home. It's not hard to imagine how this might have unfolded. She was separated from her friends. It was late. She wanted to get home, and here was someone offering what seemed like a simple solution, a ride. It's the kind of decision we all make, sometimes without much thought. Do we accept help from a stranger? Do we trust the person offering assistance? In the safety of daylight, the answer often seems obvious. But at 1:30 in the morning, tired and wanting to get home, the calculation becomes different. Jassy got into Coleman's car. It was a red Buick sedan. And with that decision, she disappeared from the view of the surveillance cameras and into a nightmare. By Sunday morning, Jassy's family knew something was wrong. Her father and brother tried to reach her, calling her phone repeatedly, but there was no answer. This wasn't like Jassy. She was a mother. She was responsible. She wouldn't just vanish without telling anyone where she was going. By Sunday afternoon, the family reported her missing to the Boston Police Department. The investigation began immediately. Police pulled surveillance footage from Venue nightclub in the surrounding area, and that's when they saw it, Jassy talking to a man outside the club, then getting into his red sedan. The footage was grainy, but clear enough. Police now had a lead. They released images of the man and the vehicle to the public, asking for help identifying them. In missing persons cases, the first 48 hours are critical. Everyone knew time was of the essence. Meanwhile, somewhere far from the searching eyes of law enforcement, something terrible had already occurred. The surveillance footage from Venue showed Jassy leaving with Coleman around 1:30 in the morning on February 24th. But there was other footage too. Footage that would eventually paint a horrifying picture of what happened next. Coleman lived in Providence, Rhode Island, about 50 miles south of Boston. The drive would normally take about an hour, and additional surveillance cameras, this time from Coleman's own apartment building, captured something deeply disturbing. At approximately 3:30 in the morning, cameras recorded Coleman's red Buick pulling into the parking area of his Providence apartment complex. What happened next would become some of the most damning evidence in the case. The footage showed Coleman getting out of his car, but Jassy didn't walk out. Instead, Coleman went to the rear passenger side door, opened it, and then an image that would haunt investigators and eventually jurors, he carried Jassy's body into the building. Not carried in the traditional sense, with arms underneath her. No, Coleman had positioned Jassy on his back, piggyback style, her head lolling, her body limp and unresponsive. To anyone watching casually, it might have looked like someone helping an extremely intoxicated friend. But investigators who studied the footage closely came to a different, darker conclusion. They believed Jassy was already dead. The investigation moved quickly, once police identified Coleman as a person of interest. But Coleman wasn't staying still. On Wednesday, February 27th, 3 days after Jassy disappeared, he got back into his red Buick and started driving south. He wasn't headed home. He was fleeing. And in the trunk of his car, wrapped in layers designed to conceal and contain, was Jassy's body. Coleman drove through Rhode Island, through Connecticut, through New York. He was heading south on Interstate 95, one of the East Coast's major highways. Perhaps he thought he could make it to Florida or beyond. Perhaps he had no real plan at all, just a desperate need to put distance between himself and Boston. But the Boston police had issued an alert for Coleman and his vehicle. They distributed his information to law enforcement agencies across the region. And on Thursday, February 28th, a Delaware State Police trooper spotted the red Buick traveling southbound on I-95. The trooper pulled Coleman over. It was a routine traffic stop on the surface, the kind that happens thousands of times every day, across America. But this traffic stop would be different. The trooper probably noticed something off about Coleman's behavior, or perhaps the alert about the vehicle had included instructions to search it. Whatever the reason, the trooper asked to look in the trunk. Coleman had no choice but to comply. What the officers found in that trunk would shock even experienced law enforcement personnel. Inside a large suitcase was a trash bag. Inside the trash bag was a sofa cushion cover, and wrapped inside all those layers was Jassy Correa's body. Her body was bound with duct tape. She was unclothed, and perhaps most disturbing, she was covered in baking soda, likely an attempt by Coleman to mask the smell of decomposition. Jassy had been dead for 4 days. At that point, 4 days during which her family had been frantically searching, hoping against hope that she was still alive. 4 days during which Coleman had been living with the knowledge of what he'd done. The medical examiner would later determine that Jassy died from strangulation and blunt force trauma. The evidence suggested she had been sexually assaulted. At just 119 pounds, prosecutors would later argue that Jassy had tried to fight off the 200-pound Coleman, but she simply hadn't stood a chance. Coleman was arrested immediately and charged with kidnapping resulting in death, a federal crime that carries severe penalties including potential life imprisonment. The investigation that followed would uncover even more disturbing details. When police searched Coleman's Providence apartment, they found evidence of a frantic cleanup effort. There were odor-eliminating products everywhere. Candles, car air fresheners, sprays. There was plastic sheeting, a brand new long-handled garden cutting tool, a new pair of work gloves, bleach-stained clothing, but perhaps most chilling were Coleman's internet searches in the days after Jassy's death. FBI agents who examined his computers found that he'd searched for things like how to fit a body in a suitcase and how to pull a tooth that's not loose. These searches painted a picture of someone desperately trying to figure out how to conceal his crime, how to dispose of evidence, how to avoid getting caught. The tooth search was particularly disturbing. Prosecutors believed Coleman had tried to remove Jassy's teeth to prevent identification of her body through dental records. The case went to trial in May of 2022, more than 3 years after Jassy's death. The delay was partly due to the COVID pandemic, which had disrupted court proceedings across the country. But finally, Louis Coleman faced a federal jury in Boston. The prosecution's case was comprehensive and damning. They presented the surveillance footage showing Jassy leaving the nightclub with Coleman. They showed the footage of him carrying her seemingly lifeless body into his apartment building just 2 hours later. They presented the evidence found in his apartment, the cleaning supplies, the tools, the bleach-stained clothes. They called FBI forensic specialists who testified that Coleman's DNA was found in Jassy's body, evidence of sexual assault. They showed the jury Coleman's internet search history, those desperate, incriminating searches for how to conceal a body. They walked the jury through the timeline, minute by minute, hour by hour. They showed how Coleman had lured Jassy into his car with the promise of a safe ride home, how he had attacked her, sexually assaulted her and strangled her, how he had then spent days trying to figure out how to dispose of her body before finally fleeing south with her remains in his trunk. The medical examiner testified about the cause of death, strangulation and blunt force trauma. The evidence was clear that Jassy had fought back, had tried to defend herself, but Coleman had overpowered her. The defense had a difficult task. The evidence against Coleman was overwhelming. Their strategy seemed to focus on creating reasonable doubt where they could. But the prosecution's case was airtight. The surveillance footage alone was devastating, showing Jassy alive and walking when she got into Coleman's car, and then showing her apparently lifeless body being carried into his apartment just 2 hours later. The trial lasted several weeks. Jassy's family attended every day, sitting through testimony that must have been excruciatingly painful to hear. Her brother in particular spoke to the media about the loss of his sister. "She was my only sister I've got," he said. "I don't have anyone else." The pain in those words is impossible to measure. Jassy wasn't just a victim, a name in a case file. She was a daughter, a sister, and most heartbreakingly, a mother to a little girl who would now grow up without her. On June 1st, 2022, the jury reached their verdict. It didn't take them long to deliberate. The evidence was simply too overwhelming.
Guilty.
Louis Coleman III was convicted of kidnapping, resulting in death. Federal prosecutors had initially considered seeking the death penalty in this case. The crime was heinous enough to warrant it, but ultimately they decided not to pursue capital punishment. Perhaps they felt that a life sentence would be sufficient. Perhaps they wanted to spare Jassie's family the additional years of appeals that death penalty cases inevitably generate. On October 11th, 2022, Coleman returned to court for sentencing. The judge had no discretion in this matter. The conviction carried a mandatory sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Before imposing the sentence, prosecutors read a statement to the court. Louis Coleman, a total stranger to her, abducted her, raped her, and strangled her to death. The pain and suffering Louis Coleman inflicted on Jassie Correa that night, and her loving family, her mother, her father, her brother, and so many others. Every single day since February 24th, 2019. And that really captures the scope of this tragedy. The pain isn't limited to those few hours on that February night. It extends forward, touching every day that follows, every birthday, every holiday, every milestone that Jassie will never experience. And her family will never share with her. Her daughter will grow up with only photographs and stories of her mother. She'll never have the experience of having Jassie there for her first day of school. Her graduation, her wedding. All of that was stolen in one night by a stranger who offered a ride home. This case raises questions that don't have easy answers. Questions about safety and trust and the random nature of violence. Jassie was doing something that countless people do every night, going out with friends to celebrate a birthday. She wasn't engaging in risky behavior. She wasn't being careless or reckless. She simply encountered a predator at the wrong moment. And that's perhaps the most frightening aspect of this case. Coleman wasn't someone from Jassie's past. He wasn't an ex-boyfriend or a stalker or someone who had a grudge against her. He was a complete stranger who happened to be outside that nightclub at the same time she was. Where-eyed prosecutors believed he saw an opportunity and took it. He saw a young woman who was separated from her friends, who was vulnerable, who might accept his offer of help, and he exploited that vulnerability in the most heinous way possible. Boston Police Commissioner William Gross spoke about this after Coleman's arrest. He pointed out that Jassie was where every woman has every right to be, out celebrating her birthday with friends. She had done nothing wrong. The blame for what happened rests entirely on Coleman's shoulders. But knowing that doesn't make the outcome any easier to accept. It doesn't bring Jassie back. It doesn't undo the trauma inflicted on her family. It doesn't give her daughter back, her mother. In the years since Jassie's death, her family has worked to keep her memory alive. They've spoken to the media about who she was. Not just a victim, but a person with dreams and hopes and people who loved her. They've attended court proceedings, ensuring that the justice system didn't forget about Jassie, didn't reduce her to just another case number. Boston Mayor Marty Walsh visited the family during the investigation. The police commissioner visited them. The district attorney's office kept them informed throughout the lengthy process, from arrest to trial to sentencing. In some small way, these gestures acknowledged that Jassie mattered, that her life had value, that her death demanded justice. And justice was achieved, at least in the legal sense. Coleman will spend the rest of his life in prison. He'll never walk free again. He'll never have the opportunity to harm another person the way he harmed Jassie. But even that feels insufficient when weighed against what was lost. A young woman's life. A little girl's mother. The future that should have been. Coleman has appealed his conviction, as is his legal right. His attorneys have filed motions arguing various legal points, trying to find grounds for overturning the verdict. But given the strength of the evidence against him, the surveillance footage, the DNA evidence, the internet search history, the discovery of Jassie's body in his trunk, it's unlikely the conviction will be overturned. The evidence presented at trial painted a picture that was impossible to dispute. Coleman had kidnapped Jassie under the pretense of giving her a ride home. He had sexually assaulted her. He had murdered her, and then he had spent days trying to conceal his crime before fleeing with her body. Every action he took after Jassie's death, the cleaning supplies he purchased, the internet searches he conducted, the attempt to flee to another state, demonstrated consciousness of guilt. He knew what he'd done was wrong. He knew it was criminal, and he tried desperately to avoid the consequences. But the surveillance cameras had captured too much. The forensic evidence was too strong, and law enforcement, working across multiple jurisdictions, had moved too quickly. In the end, this case serves as a stark reminder of several uncomfortable truths. The first is that predators exist, and they often don't look like monsters. They look like ordinary people. Louis Coleman was just another person at a nightclub. There was nothing about his appearance that would have warned Jassy to stay away. The second truth is that violence can strike anyone, anywhere, at any time. Jassy was in a public place, surrounded by people. She was celebrating a happy occasion, and still, she became a victim. The third truth is that even when justice is served, even when the perpetrator is caught, convicted, and imprisoned, it doesn't undo the harm. It doesn't bring back what was lost. It provides closure, perhaps, but not comfort. Jassy's daughter is now 7 years old. She's growing up in a world that her mother never got to see. She's reaching milestones her mother never got to witness. And as she gets older, she'll have to grapple with the knowledge of how her mother died, the violence and cruelty of it. But hopefully she'll also know about who her mother was when she was alive. The vibrant young woman who lit up rooms. The mother who loved her daughter fiercely. The friend who brought joy to those around her. The person who deserved to live a long, full life, but had it stolen from her in the worst possible way. February 24th, 2019, started as a night of celebration for Jassy Correa. It should have been a happy memory. Dancing with friends, marking another year of life, looking forward to the future. Instead, it became the date of her death. The last night of her young life. The moment when she crossed paths with someone whose cruelty would end everything she was, and everything she might have become. We can't change what happened to Jassy. We can't bring her back or undo the pain inflicted on her and her family. All we can do is remember her as more than just a victim in a true crime case. She was a person, a daughter, a sister, a mother, a friend. She deserved better than what happened to her that night. She deserved to live. She deserved to see her daughter grow up. She deserved all the birthdays, all the celebrations, all the ordinary moments that make up a life. Louis Coleman took all of that from her, and for that he will spend the rest of his days behind bars, paying the price for his unforgivable actions. But Jassy's family will also spend the rest of their days paying a price they didn't deserve. Living with her absence, with the hole she left behind, with the knowledge of how violently her life was taken from her. That's the real tragedy of this case. Not just the crime itself, but the ripples of pain that extend outward from it, touching everyone who knew and loved Jassy Correa. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.